Hello everyone, hello Blender folks and artist folks everyone. This is Gnomes. Today we're gonna do something slightly different. Sunday, why not streaming some. I'm trying to go back, return to my roots, which were of course drawing, and then we're gonna make something that I've never done in the computer so far. My cast in this storyline is this universe, sci-fi, fantasy, sci-fi, but work on the sci-fi. There's about 25 character designs that are set. That these are characters with good personalities. They were character design developed. So now the number has reduced a bit to maybe 20, a little, so less than 25, but let's say simple number 25. So I'm gonna draw 25 of them or about that into, well, need to expand this. So this is just a canvas size. So I don't know if you're familiar with 2D software. I old school, so yeah, I know Photoshop, but now I don't use Photoshop anymore. Now we have stuff like Krita. Yeah, there are a lot of problems with Krita, I think, but I think it's not wrong. At least it's free. I'm not sure it's open source as well. So I think it's open source. So it's great software. Great. It even does animation, so 2D traditional animation on digital. So it's crazy. This software, I have already used this to do special effects 2D. So it's very good software. Actually, it's like but the interface is kind of hard to adapt. Of course, when it comes to drawing, it's bitmap stuff, so it's like a pixel based stuff. We have some curves, but I don't know how to use those things properly, at least not in this software. So the graphic tools are really powerful in this software. So it's not like Blender Grease Pencil is relatively new, right? So these strokes are much more powerful in my experience than Grease Pencil, and they don't lag, or not don't lag. They don't have experience with all this stuff. But I have to update a lot of things because I'm too habituated to the Blender stuff. So to rotate the camera, and that cause some weird stuff. So I had to configure here. It's very annoying. It's not like Blender where you can for lots of stuff you need to, yeah, this is old school stuff. You need to find the things here, and yeah, it's tedious, very tedious. Blender is much better in that sense. But anyways, here I have some presets that I like to use. Maybe I've made some change to presets. Sorry, you have to. I'm watching some Mass Effect soundtrack, so okay, sorry. So I need to block these ads at some point. Okay, so we got so already this grid here is actually a grid that we can configure. So this is very actually good. We have this grid. If you don't know, you go to Window, Dockers, and here you can recall anything that you want. So I wanted, but you need to know the name, right, what you want. So grid and guide. So it takes a lot of study and familiarity with. Probably there are some documentation which should be good. Grid and guide. So this, I'm not using guides, I'm using grids. And so the grid is like, okay, I want this. I've already preset these things, right? So it's and then subdivisions, right? You can have more subdivisions. We can decide the color of this grid, so you can change here. Let's make a test. So for example, let's say that I'd like the big one to be, I don't know, maybe some. It will not change in real time, I think, but we can, doesn't matter. We're gonna make a darker teal, something like this. Yeah, why not? And then we have this one, can get something like, so you see, we can, and you can decide if it is dots or dashed or lines. Right? So this is very cool grid. The problem is that as we draw in, the stuff appears behind it, but I have a shortcut to hide, and so it's not that terrible. We don't have some opacity. I've checked, apparently there's just this. So there are a lot of missing features that this thing could be improved, but otherwise this is a very good. So then we can, of course, we can bring this into Blender later on as an image, and so imagine what we can do, right? So right now I'm gonna show you something of interest as I'm gonna start to sketch those things. I have you see that we have the head counting here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And you see that I have a tendency to make these legs very large, and I think it has to do in some parts, in some sense, because of the high-heeled boots. So apparently I might have gotten a bit confused with this in the while doing this character design pose. It's not a model sheet like orthographic view side front, but it counts as model sheet to some extent. So I've calculated here, and I've immediately checked that from this point of the knee, that the center of this circle here, that precisely if the leg bends from here, it will reach behind, quite above the buttocks, which is not actually good. If this became a 3D model, that will be very bad actually. So that is the error. So this leg should instead come to here. This is why my calculations, I will show you from the... So you see, in the drawing like this is not a problem. Maybe for a 2D animation drawing model sheet, this will be a serious problem. So let's look at Blender. You see that here I've already preset. So the character here, you see that we have actually 7.5 height. So which I draw originally in Krita there, that sketch, it was up to 7, so quite taller, right? And so I've memorized the height for the crotch, the lower level of the crotch. So basically this is exactly 3 head stalls, or actually counting from the head, right? So it's actually not that, but yeah, it's like if you count 1, 2, 3, so exactly after 3. So what happens is that, okay, so I need to reduce the legs. So this is what is happening here. So we're gonna make some fix. Actually, I'm gonna redraw. This is just a sketch that I did for warm up. So we're gonna cool drawing, but I can do better. This is a very small thing to draw. I'm gonna make this sketch very fast, and I want to have all these characters one by one exposed here, and then we're gonna try to... So it will be the first version where I have all of them in this list. So let's get here. Oh, sorry, you're not showing here. Let's change here back to Krita. And let me close Blender, and let's stop clustering this thing. Okay, so we can we can make a Dorothy. So this is Dorothy, is the main character. We can, any color here we can use, to be fair, and I could try other tools here. Maybe there are better tools here for the brushes for this kind of sketch that I'm trying to do, but it will be hard to find. I don't want this stuff and these ones unless the pencil ones, unless they are unless I can control very much their pressure and opacity, which doesn't seem to be the case, right? Yeah, so usually we want for sketching really something sketchier, but the thing that I was using was a bit too bold for this. Let's try, so no, this is ink. Let's go to the sketch, and so do I have a preset here? No, I think maybe this was my preset. So there are a lot of stuff here. Oh, maybe this one is, let's try this one. No, well, this actually is good, right? Let's make something bolder, and okay, that's it. Let's reduce the... All right, this should be enough. So we're gonna make some head here. So yeah, for this kind of drawing, they will be all in the same, not in the same pose, but usually looking at that direction. It's more spontaneous for me to draw, and So this will be Dorothy, and they all have some sort of archetype in the universe. So it's, you know, this kind of old school themes, very old school ideas. Yeah, so it's very hard to draw small in this in digital with my table. It's a big table, but it's not so I'm not drawing, of course. It's not as pleasurable as drawing on paper in my experience, so it's very hard, but I've practiced enough, so I know it's possible to. I could use stabilizer, but the stabilizer in here apparently it's not so much configurable as Blender, so either it's too strong or maybe, yeah, I can't make it, or I don't know how to configure it. But as we get used to the tools and warm up, and it starts to become easier to make those sketch, right? So we get also used to this. I'm aware that I'm not gonna get the best sketches here for the whole cast, but this is good practice because I don't have a scanner. I want to get as good as possible. This I'm confused with the eraser in Blender. There's a brush, isn't there? Okay, there's a eraser here, but I want an eraser tool here. Okay, this is unfortunate because this doesn't have control of the size, so I have to be doing back and forth thing. Wait, now I've lost the color. Okay, let's repick this. Okay, some things you see that I need to figure out to improve the workflow. In Blender, just press. Yeah, actually Blender is getting so good with its grease pencil that start to become blurry, the idea that Krita is so much better for sketching than Blender. To be fair, in Blender you start to have lots of very fast upgrades in this domain, and we could do this in Blender too, but then the canvas thing in Blender, yeah, the image manipulation in Blender is tricky, right? I am getting used with the hold control shortcut, so. Now, for some reason, when I get this, I lose the color. But probably I'm using another shortcut here. So she has this glaive there. This sword is actually a magic sword, a spiritual sword. It's a spiritual weapon, sort of this. This is too bad for visualization. No, what is this? Is the first one, right? Let's get this one to be maybe a little. I start to see it. Of course it is. So I need another subdivision even. For some reason I don't see it. Okay, I don't know. It doesn't. It's not working this way. Probably it's. I don't know. It's a bigger subdivision. So actually, I don't have a middle there. So I probably made this grid incorrectly. But we know that this is where I want the base for this character. And so probably here there would be some stuff to maybe make her legs Yeah, so this will be perspective. So actually the base of the foot is here. So okay, and the costume, right? So we can the costume that's sci-fi. This is the base sci-fi costume. And yeah, this is getting blurry enough. We need to fix some stuff here, right? Yeah, this one it goes longer, and I think yeah, in drawing the paper is much faster, but at least I'm getting some good approximation. This is in the front. Yeah, the idea is not to waste too much time on this on these assets and focus more on the silhouette and so and not so much in the details, because this is just a first draft of all this cast. So yeah, okay, so you have one characters here, of course, and this is the main character. So we're gonna now with the this size we can also get reference for making another. So we're gonna make Polykenaton, like an Egyptian name. So here this other character is like, yeah, she's perhaps, well, what about the size? Yeah, so I'm gonna, because I have the grid here, I'm gonna, and I can't replace this lower, right? We're gonna just use the same height but from top, but we're gonna reduce, so she's a bit smaller, shorter than Dorothy. So this character is actually much, I never modeled them, her. She's very, very old. Her face doesn't look like very much her right now. I have to try something else. Yeah, at least I want that their face might be accurate enough. I'll be doing many iterations. The important thing that then instead of, because in real paper is very difficult because I have a lot of paper here and there for so many characters, and just I don't want to cut the papers so to separate, and I don't have a scanner, so I can't. The results of photographing this with it's very cumbersome. The results are very bad for photographing the drawing, so the lighting is horrible. So this is something that I would like to have precision, and so I don't have a digital version. So, and I want to be cutting the paper, so it's very hard to find the actual good drawings, because sometimes I have great drawings of one on another character, but they are not. You can't fit very well all of with enough detail all of them in the 20 characters in the same page. So it's here what it leads to. I have lots of pages that I can never find exactly what I want, because then we have some pages that have very good aspects or certain. So I want to unify those, and of course the more I draw digitally, if I can ever get a good drawing digitally, then the more likely I'll have these versions organized digitally, and that will be the ultimate. Well, it will be very nice because so she is in the universe. She's like she has a long story, but basically she'll become some sort of Dorothy's partner in the. Yeah, it's still very not like her. It's not work. Yeah, this crappy digital drawing is killing me. I need to. Let's try again. This is why also I seldom try this, because it's very hard. It's just not. In some occasions I was doing some 2D web comics, and at some point I was starting to get results that were comparable to what I could draw on paper regarding this style, and but this was many years ago, and now I'm just struck. There is some muscle, right? You have to do, and it depends on the person, depends on the training, and depends on the technology, of course. So there is a chance that no matter how much I try this, it will never be good enough compared to what I have on paper. So maybe the best thing is to buy a scanner, but the problem is that I've checked the prices of old school scanner. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. So they are like who still uses scanner this day anyways, right? I think I could borrow a scanner from maybe some family members, but there's a very old scanner, very crappy. So still does the job, but it's heavy. It's I think a Hewlett Packard. So Like it's this kind of technology that apparently can't get any upgrade no matter what. It's garbage. I was expecting something better, like ultra light, easy scanners that could, right? But no, it's all this technology is like expensive, useless. No, almost useless today. It's yeah, so I'm the kind of artist that, especially because I used to do this story of scanner was right. I was from the epoch where scanners were starting to get popularized, and it was a revolution in the domain of 2D traditional animation, right? Imagine you had to scan every drawing, so there's a really important thing considering that the need of automate this process of scanning thousands and hundreds and thousands, and if not tens of thousands of drawings. So you had to think in advance. I manually scanned hundreds and hundreds of drawings of my own artwork and some projects. And so this is crazy because I wasn't looking at the technology because I stopped doing this kind of animation, but I still like 2D digital animation, like traditional animation, but in the in the computer, like what you can do in Krita. But then there is this difficulty, which is the table, right? Drawing on table is very hard. I know some artists that refuse to draw on table even. I didn't refuse, but it took me some change of mindset and some special exercise to realize that no, wait, I actually can make good drawings on table, but it's actually on a graphic palette, but it's actually, even when the graphic palette, yeah, it's not one of those ones which you draw directly on the on the screen. I already had the experience to test one of these several times, more than 1 decade ago even, and yeah, they feel more comfortable. Here, when you draw with a graphic palette, you have to gain some kind of experience, like blind drawing. It's called it's a method of, it's an exercise actually for training observation drawing. It's very important technique. There are various ways to use that technique for learning. So it's not one single thing. It's one approach that has multiple. It's one method that has multiple various techniques. And when you're using the graphic palette like this, resembles a little the. Of course, you're not looking at observing anything as a reference. Might be, but it's not the case. You're just that there's something to do that you're just not looking at the paper. You're looking at the model. So it's this distancing between the hand, the pen, the paper, and the actual model. But I'm not doing observation drawing, so it's not the same thing. It just has this similar feature, right? And turns out that who is good at if you practice observation drawing, or if you with that technique, then you might have a bit more familiarity with drawing with table. But then the drawing with table has another problem, is that the graphic palette is like it's too, there's not the texture of the paper, so it's like it's not rubber like, so it's like the flow is very bad. Really, they tried a lot of stuff. It's very hard to find good tables, even today, for a good price. So this is like the downside of the of all the technological ideas, right? That's why it's sometimes is good to just try and go back to the root in some way. Like I was doing I'm doing 3D art, right? But then, while about drawing, right? Return to do so. So now she's looking more like herself. Yeah. Now it's a good one. Let's save here. Am I saving this thing? Yeah, Control S. It just doesn't show anything that looks like saving to me, but okay. So you're gonna make this her crotch a little higher just because, yeah, so it's squeezing in that direction. Then her cloth, yeah, because we are here, so her clothing is. Let me find some drawing on all the papers which I have. I see. Okay, I have found one. Actually, I have found two. Okay, two is enough here. So her costume would be. We could use another color here, maybe to emphasize the. These costumes I intend to be detailing them further, but essentially it's like an agent. Yeah, I can make some details here. She could be thought as a maybe a spy or something like that. Not a police officer, but yeah, also something like that maybe. This suite continues here. But there are different groups of agents. Her particular job is something uh, from the long ages because she's been on this involved in things for a long time. It's just some sort of famous family society group, something like that. And she participated. She led one team very long time ago, thousands, maybe not 1,000 years ago, but before Dorothy appeared. She started to what is this part? I think. Oh yeah, there is something like this, but it's not like this. It's just one line and then. a mission which unleashed big changes in the. Oh, welcome, John Doe. How you doing, bro? Welcome. Is this from a TV show or something like that? Tire A. Welcome, Tire. So yes, this is. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for welcome. Now it's always see. Yes, actually, yes and no, because my inspiration is old school TV series, animated TV series, like. But yeah, I have a. Yeah, these OCs. There is a like a vague plan of doing webisodes, animation webisodes, but this is like super tricky for a one man's army. But I'm an animator. I have something that could go in this direction, even if it's just a pilot webisode. So for now, I'm focusing on a different approach, which would be webcomics. So storytelling, 3D webcomics actually. I already, and I'm. So there are many questions if I should do 2D or 3D, but actually 3D webcomics is something that I think I can do, and then I'm problem of course I'm building this character Dorothy in the Blender, right? And she has a template for then all the character model sheets, right? So I decided to do this because I've been posting videos streaming on my YouTube channel and talking about this stuff, but never shown the actual digital, because they aren't digitalized, right? All the characters involved, and this is where we are gonna make them. This is so I'm trying to return to the roots. So here is Dorothy, but it's just a warm up, right? So here is not so good, but okay, we got it. So yeah, it relates to TV series. TV. Oh, I see. Best of luck. Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So it's a long-term project, of course, but yeah. So it's like interesting, right? Oh, so this concept part. Sorry. What do you mean by concept part? Yes, this is part of the. Yeah, actually, I'm. Let's say I'm digitalizing the character designs for my own organization, for public organization, right? To show off, yeah, to present what more of the characters from the 2D, otherwise in an organized fashion. That's it. So it's a. So I'm not here. I'm not really making new character designs. I'm just reintroducing them, see if I can still draw them correctly on the digital. So this is an upgrade for me, a technical artistic upgrade. I'm trying to do my best to get them in the digital, because then I can turn this into model sheet for the pipeline. So this is let's say this would be called development pipeline, in the pipeline of long-term production, right? Because I'm redrawing and getting them to. So after they have model sheets done, each one of them, I can reuse a lot of stuff for this, because usually they are all girl characters, female characters, and with most likely similar body types. I need to squash and stretch, do a lot of stuff about this, adapt the proportions, right? There are differences, but essentially there are a lot of reusability which can be made. All right, so it's a production company. Sorry, it was a typo. I mean art. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I need to learn some jargon. If you need help creating the webisodes, you should look into a studio called Jellybox. Noted. Interesting. I can't right now look at this, but what is? Can you talk, Thierry? Can you talk a bit more about the Jellybox context? If you can contextualize me just a little about why it is, what it does, and what webisodes. Okay. what it is about. So sorry to okay. It's a production company. Oh, you already mentioned. Sorry, it's a production company that provides service like animation, post productions, creation, merchandise creation, things like interesting. Can help for inspiration, right? And also for service, right? Maybe yes. I don't have the right now the appropriate conditions to pay for service, but it's good to know what people are doing. Maybe that can be useful in the near future. Yes, very. I look at this the jelly box. Thanks for the idea. I know it sounds like I'm advertising. No, no, absolutely not. If you were, it's your right. I don't care. It's good. It's a reference, right? So it's good stuff. I didn't know. Maybe I've seen something about them, but I just love the shows they make. They already make shows and they also offer services. Interesting. Yeah, so have deep experience on their own. That's very, very good, very good. This character, each of these characters here, you see they have many things. So for example, because it's sci-fi, there is a, yeah, maybe I should not do this. So they have a weapon, sci-fi weapon, like a gun, something like that. And they have like a kung fu weapon, let's say a spiritual weapon. This is more vibe in the anime madness, right? So you see it. She has this glaive. It's a could say a magical glaive, something like that. But it's just a, because these characters, they are aliens. They have space gnomes. So they are actually, they have special powers, not mutant powers, but they have some. They're not humans, right? They are aliens, so they are different. They have some sort of should I be talking about this? It's just they have the Xi field, and so this is a field of that does a lot of things for them, so they can survive in space, for example, because of Xi fields. And certain of these species can have, then because of this, some can train this energy like a chi thing, and they can then become sort of heroines with some powers. And there are another species related which were extinct, which supposedly some theory says they had much more powerful and this species was extinct, like in parallel to our. We are the only Homo hominidius who survived in Earth so far. So there's a parallel to that. But she was involved in a mission where this is the sci-fi novelty, where they found, the old story, you found cryogenic stuff like a specimen of another species which was maintained in some stasis. And she was, maybe 2,000 years ago, she was responsible for a crew that went exploring an abandoned ship in outer space, and they recovered that, and they sort of reanimated that ancient creature, and then problems occurred. So the character that they reanimated started to reproduce in other ways. We'll make her somewhere, but she's the villain, maybe you can say like that. So that is the let's continue. So Polykenaton. So then we get we can get Aisha. So Aisha is Dorothy's sister. She's a painter, a designer, an artist, a poet, anything like that. So she's a bit shorter, I think, than Dorothy, or maybe a bit taller. I don't know, maybe same size for now. I'm not sure, actually. Have to, in principle, shorter, but so here I have to find her a couple of her in a parallel universe, so she's a genie. But okay, here I think to have found a good one. Yeah, so here we develop indeed the this is just the eyelash actually. Maybe a bit too exaggerated here. This is the top lid crease, and here the bottom lid crease. So there's an eyeball would be here. Ah, it's the eyebrow which is actually crazy. All right. Yeah, her nose is actually very small compared to, and this also, the muzzle is very sharp. This part probably gonna try to smooth out. Ah, so her name, yeah, Aisha. So this character, I've just started to have good drawings about her more lately, maybe last year only. So something that I start to be satisfied. Also last year when I tried to model her directly, and the results were quite good actually, and some elements of the character design I've even improved by this dialogue between 2D and 3D, right? So this is very interesting process. So this here, for example, it was an improvement from the addressed from the 3D aspects of modeling here. So, but I need some reference here to remember exactly. I still have some challenge remembering exactly what it is like. But yeah, something like this, I think this is already good enough. Then we have some sort of stuff here, and then we get big chunk here of yeah. So for her face here, I should be careful about the neck positioning. Yeah, I don't see very well that eye. This is a bit annoying. Let's try to reorganize this. Yeah, it's a little better now. There is a way to flip. Yeah, I'm flipping, but this is I can see how weird I'm drawing this thing. Yeah, so we have some issues here. Too much diagonal here. Let's... I should have checked that first. Yeah, I should have been aware of that before. Okay, still time for make good fixing. Now I see what can go wrong. Let's see here. We have some... Yeah, same problem here. We would need to draw a line a little more. It's like the head is a bit tilted, and here it's okay, here it's not okay. Okay, but that is a draft that... Okay, maybe that can work already. Let's... As for the clothing... Yeah, this thing is too bold. We need to be careful about this. Less string in that. Okay, this, and then we get her costume. Yeah, she was already modeled. Let me show. That will be interesting. Yeah. Let me show this now. Her mouth position is not good here. Something, this line, yeah, something about this is not working very well. This is a bit more carved like that. Yeah, here it doesn't matter. We got sufficient something that I'll have to readjust later anyways. Let's look at the how these characters look into the blender. Let's so a long time I don't touch these characters, so yeah, so here is the... And she was rigged also, and composited with but there are eventually I found some yeah, I still experimented. This is when I started to get good expressions for the mouth rig for this style. So now what I need is to re-update the armor, the skeleton. Although the skeleton is quite functional, right? It's not bad. It had many of the features that but I have improved it, and so it has, yeah, and some materials might have been broken, but essentially this is the something on the face. I find it out that, yeah, here is the two angular stuff. It needs to be more rounded and probably also seem. Let's take a look at the hair right now if there's any. Of course, there is the subdivision surface modifier, which helps to see what's going on. Okay, and more clothing actually. Oh yeah, it lost the texture. Okay, anyways. There's also the feet, the shoes. Alright, then let's return to the Krita. Hi, welcome, Henkenheimer. I remember you last time. How you doing, bro? Oh, welcome back. I switched from Krita recently. Interesting. What are you using now? If not Krita, Blender's grease pencil. I started using Paint Tool Sci. Oh, I think I've already. Yeah, I know this name. Isn't a Japanese software Site 2? All right. So now I think this Site 2 I never used, but I think I've checked the Sci 1. Yes, interesting. Yes. Yes, when I was searching for improvements of the of thanks, I will take note of that. Maybe it's better. Why do you think it's which advantage do you see in relation to Krita? If you could, does it have 2D animation feature as well? There's a chance I can switch because I still struggle nowadays with the interface of Crit. I think it's sometimes a bit stiff and it could be much better, but it's not bad. It's just it's just like Blender, right? There's a lot of things that are great and some other that are very not very cool, right? But I think if there's any software that can do better for free, then that's absolutely it should be very nice to take a look at. So indeed. Here we can reduce the opacity. Just for this development here. And here we're gonna use another. Let's see. So I highly recommend it. Yes, no, the soundtrack. Hold on, hold on. There we go. Yes, sir. Yes, it runs incredibly smoothly. Good stuff. Like thought Krita was fine, but then I tried Psy and noticed a huge difference in responsiveness. I like your characters. They are pretty. Thanks, Axel. Good job on the proportions. Yeah, this is for drawing for a very long time. Like, of course, there are much older, much more better and more experienced artists than myself. But this is like this style. I started drawing this style in 2011, right? Before that, I was just unable to do anything too original. I think I was too stuck in some aspects of character design, and took me some experience, not just the will to do something original, but in my case, but it took me to look at deeply research into some different character design at that time. And so it was about 2007 and 2008 where I was really able to, before I started to do in this approach here. The head doesn't look very good. Her head is too big right now in comparison to her, and this is because of happen. So maybe I can try to, and it's easy to do this with grease pencil, right? Okay, let's do this. We have some gap now, but okay, let's say this thing here as here, and let's try to reconnect this. Okay, so there's yeah, and I like their eyes, their expression. Yeah, the eyes. Nowadays, lots of artists. Nowadays, in the internet, besides AI stealing, which is garbage, and right, not caring about that, but nowadays there are a lot of great artists doing cartoony styles, which reference from a lot of bande dessinée from Europe, anime, of course, and cartoon, Disney, whatever, furry, whatever, from every cartoons from everywhere, and the ideas, the interpolations, the invented, so they're very good character designers nowadays that I like, and at that time, however, it's not so easy to find in the internet anything that was like so for eyes, for example, right? There's, I think, yeah, there are some patterns, right? And if this is actually very interesting for 3D animation then and adaptation. So for I usually work with yeah. So this is Dorothy size. So of course you can have some details, but I usually don't care too much about the details. I'm more like to do things fast. Then we have this kind of eye here, the like right. This is like you know that what that means, right? Then we have also um, yeah, then we have something that is like a hybrid between these two, so it's more like the Disney basics, like almond shaped eye, but still rounded, and then you can have I don't know some. And then you have other eyes that, like hers, is like I actually didn't draw very well her, but I still adapting. So some I have better, more experience drawing, and others I still struggle with the very. But it's very good because we start to understand what crazy things we can do. There are a lot of crazy idea about at this time of eyelashes and stuff like that. Then we have, of course, others. Yeah, we have the there's one character which has right, but we'll only see her. Yeah, in not like this, of course. It's here's just a bad sketch, better in the character's face than floating here. So there are more patterns, but so this is very important, right? To give the character, if their bodies are boring, we could say, compared to very more audacious character designs, right? Because in this style, I usually just draw the girls, right? There are some male characters though, but they will not appear too much, or if they appear when I use, but yeah, they exist. So let's see. Where the second girl is beautiful. The second, you mean this one? Uh, so this very the ads. I really happy it is fall. I like to draw dolls. Ah, dolls. That's very nice. Yes, there are many artists who draw dolls. Like you mean dolls like yeah, I'll have to see to one of your drawings. You have a link share, please. But that's interesting. Dolls can be a lot of reference, right? For good reference for lot of artists get to the artists, for example, get great inspirations from dolls reference, right? It's very interesting. Okay, so yeah, there are tons of doll reference. Yeah, so I usually get I'm surprised. Yeah, no, I often they are a good font of inspiration for me, but I don't use them as usually as reference directly. But there is in the doll ID notion, I think there's something very curious, some sort of it's like the model. Literally, the doll is like the model of certain amazing, excruciating perfection or beauty, is like a Barbie, stuff like that. It's like and because it's not a drawing. It's usually it's a yeah, you can draw, but it usually is a is a printed stuff, or a plastic stuff, a model stuff, right? In real world, so it is stiff, right? And but it's like a sculpture, right? So it's like a usually mini sculpture that contains all this beauty, aesthetics, whatever it is in itself, right? So it's dangerous stuff, right? But it's like drawings, right? So in the good sense, usually. So can be very there is an artist, for example, those that drew the comics of which an Italian couple the these guys from Bande Dessinée, right? BD Schools, artwork. These guys, they've made Sky Doll, which is like a various combination of a style that is very incredibly polished, and it's about dolls, right? In sci-fi space, so of course the story. I don't know. It's very vulgar, but but let's say that subtly vulgar. Let's say like that. But it's this artist, this team, like they are masters of shapes of style of, and they are the artists behind which the comics, which I knew since 2000, early 2000, something like that. I think I bought just because of the beautiful of their style. Although simplistic, they did for me a very good mix between uh, cartoons from whichever place of the world, BD, manga, and Disney. Yeah, so this that's and then you have. I'm going to play a match in a game, so I will see you later. Oh yes, feel free. Thanks for being around. No problem. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, all fine. We'll continue here. Feel free to come back if you want, if you have time and the willpower to. So we're gonna continue here. There are a lot of more to do. Aisha, yeah, sorry folks, I've lost a little my focus here, but we're gonna continue. Now we're gonna, yeah, only thing she needs now, I think, is, yeah, I need to complete. Yeah, the pencil. A brush, yeah. So space brush, whatever that means. I still have to figure out how to improve this asset, give it some more peculiar. Yeah, also I forgot some details in the sandals or the shoes, whatever. But that's fine. Okay. And for the hair, let's what was the hair like? Okay, the hair is like something like this, right? Yeah, some exaggerated features, but we got one. At least we got her here. Let's get now uh, Nixo, which is part of another space agents team. Like this, maybe more like police officers. So she'll be shorter than, yeah, than Dora. So more about here maybe. Ah, that's the. Sorry, folks. Next time, I promise I will, whatever it costs, I will find the anti-ads thing to get these things not interrupt my streams anymore. Whenever I get these soundtracks from These particular eyes might be very hard to adapt to 3D, but here's one trick. We need to find this shape here of the top lid crease and bottom lid crease, more about the top, and then this will help us figure out how this will give some more realistic features for the eyes, the cartoony eyes. Actually, we can also, yeah, it is usable. If we have this reference, we can use this for making the character design a bit more organized, so you can restructure certain aspects or understand better why certain features are the way they are based on these techniques, based on real. So it's very interesting. We can update certain notions we may have sometimes, not wrong, but some things that we might not know or not be using about the other approach to drawing faces and stuff like that, and real face. And then we can use this different this knowledge to improve, to play with some facial cartoony features. So after I've learned this trick and this anatomic feature, so I'm start to try to use this in my, but it's not all. Yeah, usually it seems that it works smoothly, but there are some cases where it turns out to be a bit complicated, but it helps to map the structure. So it's actually interesting. So for her, she has, do I have any costume of this character? I still think I have 1 hour to, I'm going slowly, but yeah, I have a proposition of a costume here. Oh, maybe this one. Okay, maybe this one. I see. Yeah, I found. So just trying to map the crotch because it's a fundamental reference. Let's see where's the knee comes for here. Yeah, so somewhere about here. Yeah. How many times is gonna happen? Okay, closing Blender again. Let's return. Okay, here. Maybe have to. Yeah, something about her legs are a little problematic here in relation to the. But it's okay. I just want to figure out the costume here at this point. And of course there is. Yeah, so she has some sort of electronic whip, something like that. Besides some guns, so there's all the characters have either she has. Oh, I forgot. She has a staff. Regular staff? I'm not sure. Of course, in her hands is not a regular staff, but yeah, she has got a staff. Glaive, brush, whip. Yeah, so I've decided to not draw their sci-fi weapon. Actually, their Matrix fantasy weapon, something like that. So, as a yeah, if I keep writing here, it might not be good. So, but I need space for. I'll create this space later. Actually, it's not just glaive. We could, yeah, whatever. Magic glaive, glaive, staff. Paint, brush, whip. Okay, and her partner is. I'm still trying to decide the color tone of her skin. So there are two propositions basically. One is like Oriental, and the other is like Amerindian, and I think or could be the tone like of the other groups, ethnic groups, maybe I don't know, Mongolian, Philippines, but I think indigenous people from America. So that was my last thought that I was working to do, but usually, so I want to diversify a bit more because otherwise, yeah, it's a good way to also could say that their hair style, there are some aspects of their features also resemble, right? There are some relationship historical anyway, so it makes sense that we could use this opportunity to do this. And so her partner is actually what's her name here? Kira? No, Kira's in an older iteration. It's yeah, okay, so there is Kirsken for now, yeah. So maybe they are not sisters, but they are a bit similar. Yeah, her head is a bit dropped, but that's fine. This is not as I'm getting more agile in drawing this. I can in the computer here. I can probably. Okay, so here I don't have a. I'm not sure I have a costume for an updated costume for her, but we're gonna hold on. Paints have fallen to the ground. Let's see. I'll pick whichever proposition I have to start, but I'm gonna probably have to update that later on. So it's just for the she's like the philosopher with some kind of yeah, so you might recognize this kind of hairstyle if you watch some old school anime shonen. So this costume might be just temporary because it's nothing special here. Doesn't barely look sci-fi-ish. And so she will hold. I see what's happening here. This thing here could be more on the top. Yeah. So and since I'm looking for that different skin tone collection, then we're gonna try something like this. Okay. Here I did the wrong approach. Yeah, so she is holding an orb just like this. Floating orb, yeah. So their clothing could also remember some patterns of Mayan, Aztec, and other, and many various other indigenous people from South America. So many things that could be detailed in terms of. I think I'd better do this with some. But it's good to already visualize what can be done from here. Yeah. So essentially, we're gonna investigate what we can do, but we're gonna this incorporating those patterns here. Um, we need to. I will need to research. It might be easier for me to do this the exploration part of it in the shading of Blender. Okay, so it's changed everything now, but we're gonna interesting idea, right? And hers too. We need to perhaps make some change. Otherwise, yeah, want to use a lot of world reference from different real cultures for some of these characters. Okay, so we have yeah, probably let's delete this one because it can lead to confusion. They have like 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, so this is like the first, the first group of these girls. There are now we enter in the second group. So not even in the half. So I think I won't be able to finish this. No, but there's a lot of time yet remaining. I think I'll continue for this more group. Then I need a break. Then I will return, and then we're gonna continue to the very end. So my idea will be then making more layers here. Actually, it will be very good at this point to make a backup here. Cast backup just in case, right? Maybe I save and delete everything, whatever. It's just not very safe here. So now it's safe. Let's return to the previous one, this one. Okay, my idea, the cool thing in digital is that, okay, then I can maybe use another layer and hide everything here and make another to improve, to see if I can make a better version of her. And then iteration upon iteration. I have a collection of polykinetoons, a collection of sketch Dorothys, trying to follow the proportions which are mapping here, and until we get a really good collection. Then the best will become the final that then I can use as cards, like you know the idea, right? So okay, so let's get here the next one. So this is Dorothy's friend of all times. If I can reposition this drawing, so it's okay. So this will be this character I already modeled also for a scene that would happen. I'm gonna show you. Hold on. I have to open. Then her name is Natashi. I changed Natashi Kasei. Natashi Kasei. Yeah, I think it's redacted. Then we got, let's see here, Natashi. So she works in a coffee shop. Basically, it's here. Let's share the blender. Here. And yeah, so this face, maybe there are some other things that I need to change, but at this point, but this is essentially what she needs to look like. So she is a bit yeah, I need to remember some. I don't think I have where I drew this model sheet of her. No, I have a. Oh, I see here. Okay. Of course, you could have many costumes. I try to need to try to remember what they see here. All right. We'll be going back and forth. Hold on. I need to configure back to Krita here. Okay, so she differently is a bit taller than Dorothy, so she could even start to reach maybe 7.5 feet heads tall. Her muzzle will be a little bigger, possibly because of this difference. Her nose is also a little more pronunciated in relation to the other characters. And she has also slightly more voluminous lips and some, how do you call this? Yeah, so the hair original that I drew, I don't know if yeah, so I decided to make it different in 3D. So often that is happening. I've made an approach to the eyes, especially the eyelashes. They need a different adaptation for the 3D language. So, and that can't be helped. There needs some adaptation. So apparently here the hair also required some change, but we can certainly approximate in different ways. But often we will find that, okay, this different approach here is better for 3D. This one is better for 2D currently, and so that's something like this, right? It's very, I think that there is this temptation, of course. I won't say it's not a, I'm not saying that it's a necessarily a bad temptation, but there is this idea, this notion, now let's try to make the 3D or the 2D adaptation look just like this is kind of, I think, is a trap. Like, there are good things in this, but what cannot happen is that the artist that is doing the adaptation, or the one that is willing to have the adaptation, cannot fall for the illusion that, because maybe it's an impossible thing, and there's good chance it's just an impossible thing, because even if we can cheat and make impossible topology, relationships to occur in 3D, it's still maybe, I don't know, maybe what reserves the future of these art forms, I don't know. But the thing is that with the current tools we have and the current approach we have, I think it's just a trap to think that we can do anything that is an equivalent. No, this is like certain styles, certain drawings, certain graphism, of course, will be more passable to have like an exacting, maybe not an exact, but a precise adaptation made possible, because the character design in 2D is already 2D, 3D-ish favorable, let's say like that, for whichever reason. Or the 3D that it must look like it's extremely 2D-ish, let's say grease pencil, you have this, I don't know. So you see what I mean, right? Maybe we can make some contours look really. So it's not any style which will benefit from consistent adaptation. So this is very important topic, subject, I would say, for me, because I know that my character design is these characters, they're not adaptable entirely for 3D. So it's a trap. In the very beginning, I was willing to see the maximum I could get, and not that I wasted a lot of time doing that, but I had the illusion that I could replicate it in 3D without any serious critical adaptation of the. So I wasn't very ready to accept that I would have to make changes to the character design in the 3D universe. But then, so I was very, at the same time, naive and very, this was like late 2021, early 2022, so it's not it's just about 3 years ago, so not long time ago, when I started this, to go deeper into this research, right? And then I started to realize that, wait, this will not work. I've checked a lot of things. No, nothing. I will need to find another way. And then at the same time, I started to. What triggers me is that because I was looking at 3D models, trying to see if anything was close enough to what I was looking, very tough. Then I started to like the 3D features, how they look in 3D of other cartoonists. Oh, this is not so ugly. So basically, I had to open my mind regarding these different aesthetics. Not saying that this is actually great for the character. There are some things I think I would improve here, but I started to appreciate this, and then this is what opened the road to, okay, this is actually an adaptation work. It's not a copy-paste thing. If there will be serious way of doing this copy-paste, which I don't believe for my style, unfortunately, there are things here that I think are just impossible to adapt, but some are the approximation what I end up creating is a different style. So it's like a branch style, right? So you start to doing a style, then in 2D you have a branch, and then you start to develop maybe in 3D world, universe, and then you end up with a branch of the original style, but in 3D. It's not a copy-paste, it's not the same style, it's a different style, an original style that only have this peculiarity of existing because of the, of course it could then be readapted to 2D in another, but this doesn't interest me too much. So what interests me is to, okay, so now I have two styles, or a style with two branches, the 2D branch and the 3D branch. And so I accepted that I couldn't copy paste, I couldn't match everything, but I was but yeah, I'm doing something different. She has this sort of thing here. Yeah, I'm gonna, sorry, you weren't seeing what I was opening Blender and seeing what was the, yeah, so just gonna do a crude reference here of what of the Blender. So there's these things, and there is the something like this. Okay, then this code actually is, there is something here, and here we got some stuff like here. Yeah, oh, this ends in the arms here, right? And the arm, of course, the elbow is about here. So this stops about here, and then Maybe a bit too long arm, I don't know. But anyways, we gonna... And she needs... Yeah, this line is more like diagonal here. From this 3/4 view or so. And then we got... Yeah, some aspect here we won't show, but whatever. I'm just gonna leave the hair here as like there is wind, whatever. And so what is her weapon or choice? What is... I don't remember. Yeah, in another fantasy world, she is a minstrel. So maybe she has a musical instrument of space. Maybe a space harp. I don't know. Yeah, could be a lyre. I don't know how they call that. That could be nice. Yeah, so just thought about this idea. Or a keyboard. I don't know, whatever thing. Doesn't matter here. Maybe she can spawn any musical instrument. And as for the feet, what she had, there should some regular boots for now. Pantyhose and some... And a pair of boots about... That time we're not gonna repeat the same mistake. We're gonna use this. And so she has a bit of a 10-year skin, not too much, but yeah, she has a 10-year skin. So she's Dorothy's best buddy. Not a partner, but a friend. Yeah, close friend. Then let's take off the grid. Yes. Then we're gonna get for... So there are 5 in this group. So there is... She's interesting because actually she has a shadow. And she has a sister and a shadow, which happens to be like another sister maybe. So we're gonna draw first not her shadow. We're gonna draw... So she has this double thing, right? What's happening? Oh, it's the opacity. All right, so here we're gonna bring the crazy inventor. So this one is Oh yeah, her name. So she was once a captain in another universe, but it's or a guardian, a ranger, uh, nature fellow, animals fellow, so whatever is the, or a barbarian princess, or whichever, with the wildness is the um, test delicacy. Yeah. So you'll immediately see what I'm talking about. Long time I don't draw her, I think. So she will have almost the same start, maybe a little, slightly higher even. I never modeled her, but that will be an interesting character to all of them, but this one I particularly am curious how will be. What is the... Okay, the costume, the hair. Okay, the hair is like... So this is why I was researching about rigging. Because of all the characters, only essentially is hers and maybe others which can make this kind of face. It's pure insanity of creation. Okay, enough mess with the face. That's what it is. And so the clothing here, I haven't touched this costume for a while, so I'll just keep it simple here. If I find another, need to check one of... Do I have any drawing remaining here? Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no. Oh, here, found one. Okay, so yeah, it's just a variation here, but that's good enough. I think this more approachable. For now, yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna maintain this structure, but this is for now. That should work. And her weapon of choice, so if not, of course, the assault cannon. I mean the old school Space Crusade assault cannon. Now this is the sci-fi-ish version. Of course, this is not the. If not this, no. If not this assault cannon, which will be one of the weapons you could use for heavy weapons, right? It would be so the more spiritual weapon would be actually, yeah, we could consider indeed a broadsword, but not any kind of broadsword. Actually, the I'm trying to. Well, it could also be some sort of a falchion, right? Instead of a simplistic sword. But let's do something more. Brutal. Okay, so it will be something like this. Not simple, just a big sword, just something. And yeah, what we call this falchion. Not sure if it writes like this, but maybe without the S. Ah, I forgot here. So, harp, whatever. And now let's go for the shadow, which of Natasha, which actually currently the only name I have for her is. Oh yeah, no, actually I have another. So maybe she has two names, so it's. Kira will be too simplistic. We have too many K, so we're gonna make a we're gonna use this other name, which I'm not. XZ, something like this. Very weird name. So we got. So she will have the same height. So she's like the masked heroine or anti-heroine maybe. So she's like, yeah, she's a shadow. So she has mysterious background that I cannot develop here also because I haven't totally developed it myself for myself, but for the world. But essentially, there are a lot to work from. You know how characters work, right? Art works, story works. Maybe you don't. Well, if you did stories, you make stories, you probably know some patterns for enough time. If you paid attention to what happens when you create stories, it's that sometimes or after you have some elements of the stories that the world, the characters that are rooted enough, they start to tell the story for you naturally. So if you pay attention to what the characters intuitively, spontaneously tell, like entities, they have automations, they are organic, they start to whisper to you in some way what you should do, what happens to them, and all this, right? And you don't have to do any. Well, there is, of course, the effort that at least I have to do is to survive the times where I just can't seem to get any inspiration with the universe. I can't seem like, no, you're not creating anything, and then you feel like that the universe is not growing, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. You start even to dislike or not, start to lose interest in the universe, or don't see the feeling, like, right? So this kind of uninspirations and stuff like that, demotivation, and you need to go back to create. So for example, I wasn't creating too much of the universe lately, and just rigging Dorothy, and I wasn't doing other world building, and this was not good for this for the flow of what I'm telling here, right? So when you start making the things that actually help storytelling, then things start to reflow, right? They are all there, that you need to restart bringing them back to activity, right? It's like there's an infinite source of out there inside, right? But you need to, how to say, you need to extract this regularly. You need to do the work. You need to find ways to extract it. Yeah, this sounds like capitalistic extractivism, but this is the thing you have. It's just an allegory. There is an infinite source, literally, of inside of yourself, and you need to find the appropriate way to do this in a way that will be good for the art, for your health, and for, yeah, if possible, also for society. So then, or in whichever order, why she's happy? She's never happy. She's like neutral. This mask located here, is that like that? Yeah, something like that. And so there's all this idea of the concept of the mask here that or this character that needs to be that explored in many ways, right? But the mask, what it means, and the shadow and the real. So she's sort of like a superheroine agent of shadow that works in the shadow, something like that. So here yeah, there is a costume of her somewhere. I've just found it. Not sure this is the only one I have, but let's try to build from. I'm not even checking the. Yeah, so she adopts the. Yeah, I like to work with. It's not a recommendation. Now there's no crotch positioning here that I know. So let's just do the legs and see what will. But there is something about archetypes that I like and dealing with characters, which is that each character can correspond to a certain archetype, and you invent the archetype. Don't follow. Don't. Yeah, you can, of course, at some point, can reuse archetypes which are already exist. Actually, it's very hard to create new archetypes, but it is possible. Of course, there's no limit. They are very subjective. You can, if you give it a combination of names, if you create anything, you have an archetype, right? But to they of course can always be related to another archetype which already exists. And so this is very nice because this can be useful to create the personality of the character. And the archetype, if it's well taught enough, it can lot of this won't be written, right? But you can also write to help figuring out. And if you start to explore, there's even methods, psychological methods or spiritual methods to look for archetypes. There's a lot of things, but this is another story. The fact is that you can make archetypes by just creating character, right? Don't need the psychological process which usefulness is questionable if it will make you a happier person or not, more crazy person or not. So I'm not sure if but it's very interesting nonetheless, and especially interesting when it comes to character creation, in my opinion. So many of these characters, for example, they were born from research onto this archetype method or approach, right? But it's not needed, right? You can create, but at some point may find that, at least I find for me, it's very hard to create new characters beyond archetypes for a story like this. I mean, it's like there's some displacement of her head. I need to fix this. This is not a Blender. No edit mode here. Okay, let's try this. Ah, I see. It's actually also a problem of the neck. Okay, some things like that happen. More likely to happen when you're with this kind of screen where I can't see the whole shape, the whole form, right? So I need to have a big, like two screens, right? Or yeah, looking the whole thing. It's just not practical. It's tech garbage, right? The oops, I think I've okay. She's here is so yes. So an archetype can have many names, even, right? And this helps to figure out. Of course, this won't create, to be fair, the personality of the car entirely, but it can help in confectioning assets, characteristics. It builds on top, right? The personality is, of course, way more complex than a single title. So, what is this? There's something here that I'm not getting properly from what I've got here anyways. From my reference on paper, this is okay. This is good enough. So she has mask. Yeah. Then there is another character that used to be called Cassandra in another word. I find a beautiful name, but I had to, because we have Cassie, we have to make some changes here in this universe. So it's like Jessica. Well, why not Jessica then? Nova. So this one, it's like I'm not gonna talk too much because actually she doesn't talk. She can't speak, or she doesn't speak. She's very tall, but Her archetype would be something about some sort of dancer, or she was actually a thief in another universe, fantasy. This hair trend here, I'm not sure how will be like. Yeah, actually, sorry, not thief, but more like a gypsy. Yeah, more like a gypsy. How tall? Maybe about here. Yeah, so she's part of this group here. Oh, they are missing one. Wait. There's a first group of 5. It's just for organization, but currently that made sense in the end. So this is one group. Then we have, we should have 5 here, but there's the Dorothy, Polykineton, Aisha, Nixo, Vicky. Yeah, so Vicky, Kirsken maybe. Destelkase, Cassandra, Kira or Igzy, and Rebecca Lindsay. Looks like. Looks like that I have a tilted problem here, twisting problem here. The extra character that could complement is still not well developed in terms of conception. In terms of drawing character design, also not too much in consequence of that. So maybe I shouldn't, but here I need to revamp her, reconsider. But okay, let's at least continue this one. So I'm not sure I have a costume for Jessica Nova, sci-fi costume, I mean. So yeah, so what I could do is jump certain characters which I'm unsure. There are several ones that I'm unsure of that maybe I should just not create here, not draw yet, maybe study more about them and then only then plug them here. Yeah, so because I don't know her costume, I'm just gonna make a whatever thing. Just so that we can appreciate the just that we have the character here, right? Something. Oh, I forgot. There is a band here, which would help how the hair will be rearranged here. Okay, for now this is what I have. And what is her thing right now? I'm not... Yes, I don't remember what she has. Maybe some I haven't organized properly, so let's just leave it like this for now. After I bring back, so now we enter. We're gonna skip here. We need to augment the resize canvas. We're gonna push towards there. It's strange that need to do this. We're gonna width, gonna get like 8,000. Maybe that should be enough. Yeah, it won't be enough, but we have way more resize canvas. Let's get 12,000 pixels. Dude, you are so cool. Thanks. Yeah. We finally making these characters, to bringing them to light in a stream. It's kind of exciting for me. Bring all of them. Now we're gonna get the okay, so now there is one missing, right? So, but we're gonna start another group. These are more like the neutrals, maybe evil side antagonists. They are not necessarily, they are temporary antagonists. This is like this world. There's no full antagonist. There's always some gray thing. It's not like Manichaeist, because although it's very easy to make a plot with very critical Manichaeism, it's the easiest, it's baby thing, right? It's often works. It's cool that you create a monster enemy, something like that, and that's it. And machines invading out, the evil sociopath, I don't know, someone that has some critical ambition that doesn't care about anything. So yeah, it is real, it is realistic actually, right? Some monster person or entity, whatever. But here this is a different universe, so I'm not following these patterns. So this is why you need to find other ways to get the antagonization to work, right? So we're gonna start with let's see here. In this group we'll have 3. Yeah, so these are the 3 ladies. 3 ladies. So of a kind. So we have, yeah, we're gonna start with Cosmos, some sort of scientist. She happens to have a sister also, at least in another universe. Maybe it is her sister here as well. Yes. So she used to be a knight in another fantasy universe with a very two-handed sword, right? But here it's different. Yeah, actually that used to be a star, but that will be, there's already a star here, right? So yeah, so yes, I don't want this to confuse with another character, but whatever, let's from another universe, which looked very stole this character design actually, part of it. Yeah, I have designed this some cloth for her, but that also need, I found something that for now will do the job. Remember, I think it will remember with some Star Trek costumes for the staff. Okay, so she will be the height about, yeah, about this height here somewhat. Yeah, I'm struggling always with this now recently. Making the shin, the legs too. Yeah, so same for her. I don't remember what would be the sacred, the spiritual asset she will hold. Yeah, the this is no, there's no belt in her costume. Yeah, so this is of course something to be working, so I'm gonna have to ignore this and continue doing the other characters, because in the stream I don't have time to be looking at my papers with a lot of, to take consume too much time, and I try to place my camera in a way that you will be able to look the imagery, the papers, sheets of paper, but that wasn't very good. It wasn't very reliable to see what was going on, so I decided not to. Yeah, so her hair goes like that. Very crazy. Okay, then the other of the trio of the ladies is used to be called Nefer, but actually here is Lucy Algieri for some reason, whatever. Her fantasy archetype was the one of a paladin. So, knight, paladin. Oh, actually, this is not like this. This is not that sharp and a bit more. So these characters, they are a bit more older, maybe not necessarily more mature than the others, but they tend to have different faces. Oh, no, actually, not that much, actually. It's just some idea. So hers is... I think I've reworked her hair at some point, but I might fail to find it exactly here. The particular design where it will look great. So we're gonna try just to get something that... If I look this mirrored, it probably will be all broken. But that's fine for this first drafts here. I've created this character inspired in a real person. I never told that person. Maybe one day I will be able to. It was the some, how do you call, orientator. That's cool. Yes, this was an academic, a woman that was the leader of a university program, so big stuff, and she suffered a putsch inside the, so some idiot, some some people there, particularly one person, which was also a professor, like somewhat betrayed her. But she was my orientator, we can say, and she oriented me very well into looking in deeper in the notion of narrative studies, because I hadn't clearly. So I had this idea that she was a fighter, or a very with highly dignity for society's interest through the arts, which are and the studies of arts and all that. So I had this inspiration. So in another story that I never published, never completed, maybe one day, this character was sort of a judge, a paladin judge in a judge position. So there's some drama and some soundtrack, all that. I've mapped all that in terms of cinematics, right? Animatics in my head, and with notes and timed everything. I have the script for all the scenes, but I was never able to achieve it. Okay, so yeah, now Lucy Alger, I really like your drawings. Thanks. Yeah, so I draw manga. I tried to draw manga since like late 90s, but I was very young there. I was just an adolescent. And then, I learned drawing, like basic stuff, right? Proportions, right? But it took a long time. Of course, I had a style in that manga. I didn't really drew manga. I drew something that was my approach to manga, right? I have never studied deeply manga, right? But I really loved manga. I was very fan of stuff, right? It highly inspired me, of course, as you can see. But this was indeed, so the early begins. So then it took me about 10 years in the manga as very critique of my own drawing skills, and not so much of the skills, but the fact that I didn't find that the drawings that I drew were very original. And I struggled with drawing different art styles and stuff like that. And I struggled with my own style. I thought I was thinking, I want to do something else. I don't want to do manga. Maybe I had a lot of artist friends, actually, which I could see, they have a personal, a more, you see, they are not copy pasting a school or trying to do, no, they are somewhat diverse. They have something more original, cartoonists, other comic artists, other artists, whatever. And for me, it took a long time to really figure out how I could get a bit more away from manga, not to just I'm still into manga, of course, but anime, right? But the fact is that, so it really took me, unfortunately or fortunately, it took me a long time to find solutions to my own character design problem. And then finally, some references here and there finally start to crush my conceptions of the drawings. And I would say, if you're interested, Joshua, there are two things that really, because there are a lot of cool styles. I mentioned the guys from which comics, right? Comic books, some Italian couple, right? They also drew Sky Doll and many other crazy. But even they drew very well. I wasn't. it was not something. Oh, this is very cool. At some time, I tried to be inspired to draw like them in which reference, but it didn't help. There was some sort of a barrier. It wasn't thrilling enough for me, apparently. So I had to dig into way more thrilling stuff that will, and then eventually I found what crushed my perception of old practices, right, and experience of, right. It was something called okay, they call it like in allegorically. Yeah, there is a collection that was the breakthrough. Poisson Pilote, it was a collection. I think it's from Dargaud. It's a big edition room for comics, the BD, la bande dessinée in France, right, and Belgium, France, Europe, right. So this editors, or edition, I don't know how this company, they had this collection, Poisson Pilote, you can search, and there was they followed a trend, a stylistic trend that was called, there are great artists from this trend which adopted it. One of that was I don't know now what the guy thinks, but I think there are some famous out there publications by famous artists out there, but the one that really was a crush for me was I don't have now but the name of the artwork, the BD, was how they call it, is the Miss Patouche, so Miss Patouche, like this in French, right? So, and this was like the big stuff for me. It's like the aesthetics the graphism follows the approach of this entire collection, Poisson Pilote. And so you can look at the page, and that was the refreshment for me, because I've realized that this is a combination of art line work that is very organic, deep colors, huge expressions of the character, very crazy expressions, even in different way than manga, anime, and Disney. They did very crazy, and that highly inspired me. And from there, finally started to explore this. Unfortunately, that didn't help me too much on its own, but it was a big change, right? This was the thing that, and then eventually, because of my approach with anime, then at some point, I think it was late 2010s, right? Late 20s, like about late 20s, right? So it says about 2009, 2010, about that time that, then I was watching some anime, some friends recommended me, and then that some mainstream thing caught my attention, and then which is Lucky Star, and which is and then I started to use this I already changed my style. I was doing more cartoony anime stuff, right, in the direction of this Miss Patouche with the artist, I don't remember the name right now. So and then but then with these other references, there's one particular that I start to get some more chubby characters that were, and then eventually I found an iteration only on 2011 that then I reached this style. So that's this, and I've been drawing that for more than 1 decade now, with very little change, but of course occasionally creating new characters. Occasionally, if I don't didn't draw a lot more, unfortunately. If I drew more, if I keep drawing, maybe I can improve the style on with more, right? Can become more impartial. Okay, so now the third lady, this is I've made from after I collected this jewel. So this is called Bauli, I think, like this. Yes, and we gonna let's see. Yeah, I have better iteration here and there. Okay, here I found a good. Maybe not the. So this is the first one, which I made this kind of different exploration of the reverse eye here. Of course, this by observation of other. Also of other styles, right? Eventually something. Maybe the face is a bit too big now, or not sure. Yeah, I'll have to figure out. But anyways, I still don't know how to draw her very well. Anyways, that should work for. For now. And so here there is yeah, there are some details here that I'm still trying to figure out what works best, but and this Egyptian, of course, kind of hairstyle, I'm still working how to I don't know how I'll represent it in 3D, but and it's still in 2D. Sometimes I'm still exploring how to do it correctly. Right now it doesn't look quite good. Maybe we can, yeah, so it is, but this is the idea, some different hairstyle. And so I think something about this, it's more like here. Yeah, exactly. And it's some pushing more this corner here. And yes, we're gonna and here about the eyelashes, I'm not sure how we could finish because there is this curvature there, so I'll have to figure out what to do about. Okay, but this looks good enough. So here we'll have to, here I'm not sure how, what was the solution for this, so we'll have to to figure out. And the clothing, I had some, yeah, but I was not satisfied. So the Alder's costume here is not ready. I'll need some more iterations. So these are the so it's like a monk, let's say like that. So I'm trying to do, it's very hard, but I'm trying to explore the cuteness and the beauty that I see in different kinds of characters, female characters in this case, on this style. So this is something that I've just started exploring a bit later, and this is very interesting that I was eventually able to do something like that, but it wasn't free. It cost me some. I need to look at different things, and I can't say it's on the point, but I think this is an interesting findings, and this is what I'm talking about. Character designing, research, and you keep drawing and keep pushing the possibilities, right, of the, yeah, they could be a bit older, right? They don't look very old. Yeah, so this iteration here is like it's not totally successful, but we catch some of the features, the main features of them. So this is all right, good enough for now. Then now we can, there is sort of a short princess here that I'm not sure that I should put with them, like with this group right now, because I need to rethink. So some characters I'm rethinking. So now we got for the, yeah, so there are about just 2 other big groups. The group of the really like it. These girls are so pretty. Thanks. Yeah, the long term. Sorry, I haven't checked the message for a while. I never left. I just had you playing in the background while I play. Yes, nice. Thanks for the curiosity. So here now we gotta get the yeah. So let's go for the big villain, the antagonist, which is actually something that I started implementing in this cast, which was not, so I want to play more with this. Basically there is this whole furry thing, right? And right, anthropomorphic characters. So this one, so finally with Tsukagi. So this character, actually I've modeled her, but it was a version that I was testing for some other purpose. Let's find her here. So let's bring the, it was for VRM, virtual modeling, virtual reality modeling, right? So let's just get here Hold on, let's get the blender again. Here. So this fox girl here is the antagonist. So she was from the extinct, thought to be extinct species. And actually she was not, they didn't knew about that the ancient species which were similar to them, were which when they thought were extinct, were actually had anthropomorphic, were animal forming stuff, right? Metamorphs, I don't know. So this is the and yeah, I can reuse these clothes totally, so but it will be a bit hard to, again, maybe I need to get some screenshot, but whatever. So of course this character is somewhat evil, with what could be evil in this universe, or just crazy. It's like a space pirate, right? Against normality. So she creates chaos, basically. Yes, she's a chaos creator. And so she started to reproduce more of her kind by some ways. Wait, what? How is her eyes? I just forgot. Okay. Yes. I even changed the pupil because why not, right? And then so there are other kinds that I've decided to build on my style with this approach, anthropomorphic, right? Animals. So like we could have like dragon, fairy, dragon girl. I don't know, whatever, whichever thing of that you see. That's pretty cool. So of course I have to figure out where is hair, fur, and where is this is still thing in these characters. I'm still have to figure out because I don't draw furry. I tried it some when, but it's not exactly my stuff. But I love the creativity of the many furry artists. They are really really good. It's and many attempts of 3D adaptations of furry are also very very good, because there is this idea of the muzzle shape, which is like the Sonic thing, right? So Disney thing. So this muzzle thing is very good for my style, which has some inspiration in the Sonic character design. Actually, I used to draw, yes, actually, Sonic Tails when I was very young. So of course these were Japanese character design, and Japanese character design, as you know, has been inspired also by Disney historically and so forth, right? So it's all, there are a lot of things that interconnect in the end. So of course she doesn't have the pointy ears. She already has the animal ears. Yeah, so she is, not sure she's very tall, but we'll see. Yeah, let's just do this here for now. maybe a little less, and that's it. So I just decide to get, because there was this iteration already, right? Mixing of, I don't know why, but yeah, this, the fox, kitsune, right? In the Japanese culture, there is this, or no, Oriental culture, at least in Japan, I don't know. There are a lot of iteration in this article with the fox. I love foxes. And then there was the mystical animals, right? And so I've decided to make a villain, or sort of an antagonist, let's say, out of it. Yeah, and because they are different than the typical characters, right? They are, yeah, these animalistic features. We can make some variations on the. It's more free to, even the shape of their bodies, they can be a bit more exaggerated. So for me, this is like interesting in many ways. So what is the? Oh, I see. There is a. Okay, she used some sandals, Japanese sandals, yeah, something like this. It's a bit too big. Okay, anyways, this is the. It's Tsukage, the. So there is an idea that she has some influence, right? The three ladies there, and that will have the. Not sure, not decided exactly how that will play, because these ladies here, they also have another. They are bound to another leader, so I'm not sure how. But maybe what relates them is the fact that they have something to do with antagonism, although in her case it's much more. So now I have some other characters here, which so I have just two groups remaining, actually three groups, because one group is unsure. The group that I'm gonna make now is very underdeveloped. I'm not sure I want to draw them entirely here in the but we're gonna place here a very important character, which is actually the that I want to try to model very soon. It's Korra. So Korra is the actual captain. I think it's captain of the starship, and so she's the we could say the one that has, yeah, that Dorothy, the main character, is sort of how to say, assigned to work with Korra, so as the captain. So it's a lady, it's not a girl like some others. So she's older. Long time I don't draw her, so I need to see if everything will play well. So I made many iterations of Korra before I reached the current state. So I've made lots of change. So she has some archetype like a professor, a teacher, a wizard, and her mystic artifact is actually, yeah, her face is not looking quite good here, but I think it will work after we add the hairstyle. Yeah, so let's see. So she has this I don't know the name, but she has this other African hairstyle, like a shape like this, right? Oh, she also have something. Not sure about this one, but okay, maybe. So I never tried to model this, but I know some techniques that could work. I don't know if my conventional uh, hair method will work for this kind of hair. These are some things that I'll need to experiment. Let's see, where is the... Yes, so actually her ears need to be more sharper, not that broad. And also the skin tone also. Yeah, that is sufficient to then we to see the while I want to avoid hiding some too much details. What is this? exaggerated here a little. Okay. So these eyelashes, maybe there's something else that I can build here. I need more to check more of her character designs that I've tried in order to be sure what we have here. So her, okay, the clothes of the captain, right? What is this? Yeah, so there's not something very decided here, but for now let's make a big vest. And yes, you could have about this height. That should be good enough. So she's sort of a council member, right? This is why this sort of a sage cloak. Maybe this doesn't fit very well the captain thing, but this is something that I'm still working on. So, and yeah, so here is the good stuff about the knowing some archetype for the characters. So you could have something like, oh, I like how this she turned out to be in this sketch. You see what warm up and patience and actually helps to achieve, right? I had to draw during all this time, all this to start to get unrusted actually for during the characters that I've created. More fresh character designs, right? That are usually harder to draw because I haven't drawn them so many times. But because I've iterated her many times from, there's some, I don't know the crotch position here exactly, but it should be something like here, possibly here, and maybe she could be a bit taller. So yeah, anyways, sometimes better not to draw structural details beneath of clothes to have more flow of everything. Yeah, and it's clear that actually the chest should be more up. So here is, and also, yeah, so here, let's, so she has a pipe. Where's the soundtrack? Smoking pipe. Okay, sorry about the ads here. I just want some cyclic soundtrack. Okay, ignore the hands here. The fingers not gonna. So yeah, they have smoking pipes in space. These space gnomes, magic weed properties. Of course, she's not doing this all the time. She's like, it's well, something to consider. It seems a bit off, but it will depend on how I'll make this. So maybe I need to change this artifact, but otherwise, she has actually. This is, yeah, she had a kimono, and actually one of her, why should I draw this here? Yeah, because Maybe you could swap some stuff here, but she has a basically a katana. Yeah. So I have some scenes that I've imagined some. Here she's not wearing the costume that would make sense, the katana. So this is actually misleading, but yeah, there's a bad curvature here, but essentially. So yeah, I could say that the katana is the mystical item, the spiritual asset, right? They could have more than one, right? That's the real thing, right? So maybe that's it, right? So it's the captain core. Then I have other four big leaders, let's say like that, and one and female, of course, and because this world is usually this species essentially there are males, but they are I don't showcase them too much. So, anyways, I've decided that would be males, but whatever gender, but it's not soundtrack. Sorry. So, yeah, so those other leaders, female leaders, they aren't polished enough. I mean, it's not that their character design is not, which of course could be polished more. It's not that their characters are not good, but their personalities are also not very well developed. So this is why I think I'm not placed them here, but I would like to add them later. So we're gonna jump the other, gonna just make one which is actually one of these leaders, but this one is like a very dangerous person. Actually, she could be related to Cosmos. She's like another crazy, but yeah, this is like a crazy one. So she, in another universe, was a sorceress. Yeah, witch. No, not witch. A sorceress, like very dangerous one. No, this is not like this. What I'm doing, this is wrong. And so, of course, she will be involved in some sort of piracy and chaos event. But I haven't decided too much in this universe, at least, what she'll be doing. So, and also, I'm not even sure if yeah, maybe I shouldn't be drawing her, but too late. Too late now. Yeah, there's one difference from is because she has this kind of not ears, but yeah, maybe I should make some variation here. It's a character design like that I like, and so for some reason I have difficult time like giving up. And the personality, right? The archetype also I like. So for certain, I think it won't hurt to sustain. But maybe it's a character that won't have too many appearance. But curiously, she has this alignment, like a parallelism in terms of, let's say, power, entity, uh, council stuff. So it's like as much as her name also is. So I don't have a. So for now is just or Lud. In another universe, that will be Abigail. Abigail, actually. But here is. And there is no. Yeah, so she's creepy. Maybe don't matter here what we do. Uh, and also she might have this idea of hair, exaggerated hair. And I don't know what kind of artifact she has, something that I'll have to investigate. Yeah, so the idea is that she's so chaotic that we can't even say which side she takes. If she, yeah, so that's why it's is one crazy lady. Bipolar, whatever. So here we got then the. Okay, so we are finally in the other leaders. They as I mentioned, they not worth drawing them here right now because I need to think more about. So we have this group. Here, she is not she's not in the council thing, so it's different. So they are part of a council thing. These are the three ladies. Here is the secondary group, and here the primary group, and then we go for the yeah. So now we're gonna get finally the last group. So the last group is kind of funny because these are they look like much younger. They are like dwarfed. They are like small, short, but they are not necessarily kids. They are just and actually, so we'll start with Miho, which if you follow my channel, you already know. Actually, she's not exactly she's some sort of interspecies because she's what they call a trobots. She has some she's not a machine, but she has some sort of direct machine interconscious thing. So it's kind of no, she looks like a bit angry here. I think this won't work. I'm struggling with the... Have to erase some lines here. Yeah, it's that this part on top is larger. So hello, welcome Kaizaki. Welcome to the channel. Yes. My space opera story is hard to write. Space opera, very nice. So you're doing a space opera. What are you... It's for a novel? What? It's for a book? It's for comics? I don't know. Animation? What is the novel? Okay. Literature. Interesting. So, what is the challenge right now? What would be it about? Or what is the context of the problem, actually, where the problem arises? Putting the piece out. Yes. Okay, so actually, yes, artists who make storytelling, they writers, storytellers, art, world building, all that. So there are approaches, let's call approaches, which can help in putting the pieces together. This is very subjective, so it's not like I have the cards here or a solution, or that I will give you any solution that will work for you, but it's beyond. There's a good chance it's beyond me, but one thing that I know from my own storytelling experiences is that, let's make a little graph here. Maybe you know about this. So when you start creating a story, okay, maybe you have the idea of an end, right? And then maybe you don't, but let's say we have an idea of an end, and you have an idea of a start. Maybe you don't, but that's if not, we have some point here, some point, right? You have some big event here. This needs to happen, right? So this I'm not sure how it will happen, but half through it should probably the end will be like this, right? And the start I know. Okay, so then what happens is that when I start making web comics, this is just one shot experience that marked me a lot. And because then I see in real time what was happening. I took the time to analyze later on. So basically, I had something like this, a map like this, and I have a lot of scenes in my mind. As I was creating the story from start, right, because I couldn't jump anything, right, so I need to be creative as I was writing or drawing the story, right, so I was like trying to publish one page every day, no, not per day, sorry, once a week, so it was like a hobby, right, so it was hard, but it was feasible. Sometimes I skipped, but usually for a long time, it worked fine. And then, so I had to constantly be creating the storyline from the start, because yes, I was creating, right? In that case, I had the start and I was continuing. As I was continuing, now pay attention to, because I was creating content to deliver, right, the page, I was at the same time forcing my mind, my imagination. I was pushing forward naturally, right, spontaneously, waves of ideas for what will happen here, what will happen here. So I knew some big event here I wanted to happen, but I didn't knew a lot of other events. And as I was pushing the story from that line that was being created slowly. I was much getting faster ideas here everywhere. So it was a whole. So it was even going. I was even going kind of crazy because I had too many ideas and too little time. My production was too slow. The drawing page, right? And the stories that I have in mind, I had like, oh, this will happen. Oh, this is cool. This is, and of course, when I was creating, no, not of course, when I was drawing the page in the weekend when it was time, so I could shift one thing here. So it was not like this was decisive. Absolutely need to be like, oh no, I found a bad idea. Okay, so you have some iteration, but usually all those scenes that appeared in my mind, right, gradually, they were being creating because of the storyline that was moving on at a very slow pace, but it was moving. And that kept my imagination fluid to imagine. And now is the connecting part. As I had so many scenes imagined because of these waves that are always going on, so I was creating like one page, but I was getting like way far ahead in terms of story, even though it's just as points in space and time, right? But this, because there are so many, eventually when what I'll do next? Oh, there is this, there, okay, there's, how I'll reach this, by maybe create, so there's some hard work here, but essentially when you have so many points, you just naturally get so what to do, right? And then maybe you skip something, maybe not, maybe you can get everything, but without too many changes or adaptations from the crude raw idea. But then this is the thing, right? You start to connect because you are writing, you are creating, even maybe it doesn't need to be slow as it was my case, but the more I draw the pages, the more I realize that I have all this too. So I draw, it's like 1 to 10, right? 1 to 30, I don't know. I just had too many ideas of the future, of what the story will be like, even if disconnected points. So this was very interesting, and this only happened because I was progressively creating, right? So even if it doesn't need to have a start, or if it might be just some scenes you have loose, like okay, I don't know where it starts, I don't know, but maybe I know one point here. Okay, I have this scene, does it needs to be here or before, after or before? I don't know. So I need to find what pieces of 6. Oh, can I connect this now? Maybe in the current time? Yeah, maybe. So you can connect here. Okay, maybe I can't connect this, but okay, maybe this I can connect with this one, which then will connect to something and then goes towards the end. So you start to connect by having more ideas. This is the thing. The more ideas you have, and how do you get more ideas? You need to be writing, imagining. You need to be for me, I figure out that if you don't invest in the novelty doesn't happen. Like sometimes it can happen, right, by nature. Like you cannot not think, not imagine, but sometimes you need to be involved in some more radical process of creation. Like in my case is that I was focusing on publishing 1 page per week, so I had to be. So during the whole week, I had to be. I was naturally, spontaneously. I didn't need to do any effort. The imagination, the just pound in my mind like crazy. I was just feeling like it just came by nature. And what was harder was just to get into the weekend and draw the 1 page. But then I could not think, right? So I always had, of course there was some some weeks where I ended up not being able to draw, not because I didn't have an idea, but I was tired, I wasn't feeling. So you see, but the ideas were still pumping naturally. Sometimes, of course, I had to do more effort to get better ideas, or I didn't like maybe this or that, so I had to revise and think something different. But this is one thing that I will point to. It's how to activate the virtually infinite source of creativity, of ideas for the story. So this is what I recommend to do. So if you are writing the story but are not getting more ideas, then maybe you're not writing or if you're not writing at all, or you're not pushing the writing somehow, then it's normal that you're not getting more ideas to connect, or not getting ideas enough to make good ideas for the connection, the points connection, right? So you need to be creating to liberate the flow, right? So you need to be active in the creation. So in your case, I think it's not sufficient to imagine. You need to be writing, drawing, whatever. And so this will be my current advice. So if you're writing, and in spite of that you're not being able to make the enough points, enough scenes, enough things that would create some 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, these are. Then maybe you need to shift of scene, and try to write another part that not sure what would be, but maybe change some elements of the story, maybe try to write another part of the story, maybe that will liberate some new, more fresh ideas. Because if you are doing always the same thing, then and at some point it doesn't start not to work, then maybe it's time to change, right? Try something different. So that is what I think. I love her hair. Yeah, so this is like Miku stuff, right? So no actually there's a bit more here, to be fair. Usually originally it was like this, but then I've swapped, the other characters inherited this, and then we got and actually here we got some more stuff. Yeah, it's funny here. I think it's good. Yeah, so I think great thing in that the anime school, manga school had, I think it's the hair, the hairstyles, like the crazy hairstyle, right? This was the crazy stuff, right? Of course, they are not the only school that creates shapes, but they are usually memorable, right? In many, for various reasons. Yeah, so this is Miho so this actually, to be fair, I won't hide this. This character design was, and her personality even was inspired by another, it was called by, I don't know, the fans, I don't know, I just read it somewhere. She was called this way before Miku, right? Talking about at least the 90s. It was the no, what is Space Fairy? I don't know. Yeah, something fairy. I don't know. Some sci-fi fairy, something like that. So it was the name of the car is Ruri. Is from no, it's not Tenshimuyo. It was the a lesser known TV series. It was Nadeshiko. Yeah, yeah. And then you have that car, and she was famous to call everyone to always comment the same thing about the crew, which was Baka. So yeah, the space fairy, and so she was inspired in that. But like this inspiration, like it's like um, like I didn't create like immediately. I never had a character like this. It took like 10 years in the future. I've decided to bring up this idea, this character design here, on my style, of course. Okay, then we have five of these mini girls here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry, we have 4. So I'm just gonna. Two of them are not well established yet in terms of personality, or more or less, but I don't exactly know how to. If I were to bring them in a story, there will be some doubts that I don't like. So, like all the characters that I drew here, yeah, there are some which are more established than others, certainly, but the ones that I created lately, certainly, like I'm still building their personality in the core. Although I know how they behave, I'm still figuring out. This actually is valid for every character, right? Even Dart. So there is not. You can always have big change in the character's personality during the process of making story, right? So it can happen, and then you decide, oh, my character maybe it's much better with this change, with the evolution. Sometimes you change the personality of the character. You find out that the character maturates. So it's very interesting. Okay, so no, I'm doing this for all characters, of course, but some characters I feel they need a bit more. So Aisha, for example, I know quite well about now. I have enough thought, but I'm still reworking because she's kind of new. I'm consciously reworking. I mean, because I think she's still not totally on the point. Then Igzy, of course, the shadow was an iteration that that I'm still unsure about her personality, right? If she's an how much of an antagonist she can be. So this is a question. And okay, then these are Bauli. This is the third girl of the ladies here. I'm still trying to figure out how her personality can is. Here, this model sheet looks good, but doesn't. It tells other aspects of her personality that maybe I haven't thought. So maybe this is a good continuation for this idea. She usually seems much more serious, but here we have some more jovial thing. I like it actually. Yeah, good point. Good point. So this is what happens, right? To character design. So this was spontaneous drawing, and eventually, because we already have many serious characters, and so yeah, I like this. Okay, so yeah, so Korra I know enough, Tsukagi I know enough, Ordo I know enough, Miho I know enough. So this, but then the other characters that I bring here, the on the short cast here, no, I don't know enough about them that I think that I need to do a bit more digging. They are not, or another way maybe. They are too, how do you say, you know, these characters who stays too much in the background, like they don't they are not attractive enough, and it's not necessarily the visual that is not attractive, just the personality that I've made from is just boring. There they don't seem to have energy, any good vibe to them, in the sense that, oh, they don't seem to bring anything cool. So here is a new heroine that I'm working on. So she's a space traveler. So now a time traveler probably. Kowuntu. So this is I think this I got some inspiration from the old X-Men TV series. No, this is not like this. So you'll get the vibe of it. I have changed her hair many times, and now I think I get finally occasionally occurred. So I liked in the old style, old school of some 80s, 90s anime TV series, that there are a lot of crazy concepts of the hippies creations, right? Mainstream. It was that. Well, no, this might not be the good argument, but at least one of these animations, they featured the idea that very clearly sometimes that certain characters in a cast of the main characters will show up or not show up in that episode, or not show very much. And so that means that sometimes that happened to that X-Men of the 90s, 80s, 90s, right? The old X-Men TV series. That one, for example, we had many protagonists, and that was very interesting. It's like in some stories and books, sometimes on movies, but where the narrative shifts of focus. So you're following one characters, and then suddenly I'm following another character narrative now, and that character not only it's sharing its point of view of the world, but that character becomes actually the parallel protagonist. And this is very interesting for me, and so this is what we had from that particular TV series, right? And but here I'm trying to do something like that, but to be fair, there is just a few characters that actually work for this better than others. Of course, Dorothy is the main protagonist. Aisha maybe a sub-protagonist. Then somehow this duo, but no, they are sometimes Natasha Cassé with her problems with so she is actually can become like a parallel protagonist. I'm not sure about Stella Cassé because she's too crazy, but maybe you have the Joker. So you have these three ladies. Maybe they as a block they can become. Tsukage, of course. Korra also has this potential because she has her own story, and then not Miho, then and Kohunto, this character. I'm trying to figure out in this other, right, in this group that I'm not gonna draw right here because they lack interest. As soon as I need to write more on them and find uh, oh, here I think I found some. So it's not that the of course Dorothy is the main protagonist, but she will be like sometimes other characters will be swapping, right? And so not necessarily regularly, but they have this potential. Yeah. So this character here, she use skateboard, space skateboard. So it's like a kind of idea, right? And she's a quite a bit crazy actually. She has like this kids vibe, right? Crazy adventure. Something about her eyes, maybe. Oh yeah, her eyes is. Of course, the name you may figure out. It has something remembers Ubuntu, right? So there's no any immediate meaning that I can relate her with the African philosophical concept of Ubuntu, which also the was named after. Also, there's this Linux OS. I used to use the Ubuntu distribution, but okay. I don't know too much of Ubuntu, but it's very interesting philosophy. And so maybe there is something to be built for this universe in relation, because this universe here is a bit it's some sort of it's fantasy, right? Sci-fi fantasy. There is a little vibe, I'd say not copying, right? Before I knew about Star Trek narrative universe, before I knew what it was about, I already had this idea of like a utopia. Not that Star Trek is any sort of utopia, no, utopian, but there is this more, let's say, prosperous universe. And now is where her hair starts to get interesting. So yeah, I can't make her in any pose. I could, but no, let's make it. Yeah, I could get the skateboard right here, right? Which the design I haven't made yet. Surfboard, actually. Space surfboard. I think I've messed up the proportions here. Yeah, something here. I don't know. Maybe I made her head too small in relation to her. No, it's about maybe the shoulders. Okay, something broke in my drawing. Layer. Ah, it's the selection. There's this. Yeah, so her clothing also is not ready right now, so whatever, we can just yeah, there's so many. Why not just draw this, right? Yeah, as I see, this kind of uniform, sort of, don't know how to call the. But anyway, so here is Kubuntu, which is some sort of time travel, and also she has also some. No, this is not the. Okay, gotta get. So she's also African ethnicity like. So I try to get some more variations here in this aspect. And to be fair, yes, I'm satisfied with the resulting. It made this universe more interesting. But yeah, we have. It's good to be able to play with those variations at some point because um, for a long time, very long time, I just draw the white people. So everyone was, yeah. So same, just as usually we see in anime, and so it was just like, of course, and there are different anime, but there is this repetition. Then, and the problem is that this starts to block. You see, there are a lot of problem on some of these highly stylized, even in certain cartoons, but I wouldn't say cartoons in general, but usually there is this big problem in character design on certain schools of drawing, like manga, where you pick one, two, three characters on an artist, all the same. You see, their faces are all the same. I'm not saying that the face that I draw are not all the same. They are very similar in many ways, but and I can certainly not talk too much about body proportions, right? No, but yeah, like I don't have here uh, muscular. Maybe some characters here could be muscular, but yeah, not like Hulks, and of course usually female characters here. And occasionally there's tall and short, but yeah, there's not a fat, hyper obese stuff like that. So this I can't do, right? I can't. Not that I can do, but I don't. I don't know if they fit very. I can't have this this other approach fit in the way I do these cute characters. I know some artists who do this very well. For example, if you've watched, I recommend storytelling wise. It's long, it's a bit suffering, but it's if you would watch everything, but every single episode, every season. But it's actually, if you have access to Netflix, I don't have anymore, but I had, and then there was a DreamWorks TV series which is called the Shira and the Princess of Power, and this yeah, some revamped thing, right? Not only well, it's DreamWorks, right? So these guys go, are the guys that made folks who made Shrek, so and many other things. So the folks who make Shrek, then they get it. So this is very well paced in terms of drama, character wise. Even it is cartoony, simple, stylized, emotion wise it's kind of childish, but it's very powerful, very it's not much about the message, I think, or anything like that, but the drama is very well constructed. It's very interesting. Could be maybe a bit naive and all that, but this is another question. The fact is that it's for kids anyways, I guess, right? But I watched as an adult. I see recently, maybe in 2 years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago, and the character design remembers me a little of the approach of Witch when it comes to this sci-fi fantasy magicful world with heroines, and but there are also heroes. But the cool thing is that they managed to make character designs with different body types, not explored that much actually, but sufficiently for me to say that, oh, these guys are doing a good job in comparison to character design wise. So they were shaping the personalities very well with this cartoony stuff that it would be a bit harder to find that to occur in other TV series, but that are very stylized of this kind of universe, right? So I think now maybe there are better references, of course, but I can tell that I was intrigued by their character design approach. Of course, the way they draw is very tough to draw those things. Is although it's stylized, the proportions, they are a bit realistic. It's like it's hard to draw, right? It's hard to draw in the with the line art, all that. So it's that's very tough actually. Like anime, right? It's very tough to draw those proportions. But the artists need to be very well trained, have a lot of patience, and like a lot to draw probably. Okay, folks. So here we weren't able to draw many characters that we're not gonna show, but I'm gonna add in a next session. So we have here, let's count. So Dorothy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow, so we almost reached 20. So that's good stuff. So we have actually reached for a I just thought about this right now. Why not make her like, I don't have apparently from India. She seems to be a good a good idea right now the way I draw it. So I have other. Yeah, let's get this swap. Yeah. So we're gonna just so that I remember. Yeah, so she's a new character. That's her personality. We can see already. But already, right? What? She's like a bit chaotic. But yeah, like kids, right? So no, this is not working. But it's just to remember, right? Pingent, though, this is terrible. Okay, so let's make just one mark here and yeah, not being successful here. Yeah, it's getting some bad texture there because of because these things in the site have opacity already, so it's like I can't seem to. Yeah, so this thing is dangerous to work with. I've just ruined the paint. Okay, there's also something weird about the. It's like I'm using a different method of. Yeah, this thing is makes no sense for me now. Anyways, all this to tell that okay, this I'm gonna remember what this is, but we're gonna try to solve this later. So, folks, we got. So I think this serves as a presentation of the cast. I have to model all this in 3D for the show, but I don't have to. Fortunately, there are some reusability of the rig, the armature object, the skeleton, but also we have some reusability of the base mesh. So the Dorothy is the one that will have the base mesh for, well, not the base mesh, but the rig model template, armature plus body, and then we start to reuse the body. We'll have to change the face, especially along the eyes, and then the hair is separated. The costumes are different meshes, of course. The costumes, yeah, so we have. There is a chance that I might not need to, for a character like this, even that is very different. No, it's not so different than Dorothy, but for example, her, it might be very hard in the current, for the face, right? There's a chance that I can, that I don't need to change the mesh topology for any of them. Well, she has a tail, so yeah, so and her limbs might be a bit different also. Yeah, so I have some exceptions, but there is a chance that we could reuse the same mesh even for the face. But for that, I would need ideally to have made already made an experiment of a base mesh for the face. So the character which seem to be better for a base mesh are probably characters like this, which are not too sharp and not too rounded. And so this almond eye shape also can be, probably is one of the most versatile. So I need to have, I could turn the Dorothy rig model template, its mesh, this could be done with I whole anatomic shape key. Like the base mesh could have this shape or something like that, and then the shape key, not a corrective shape key, then a character design shape key, that's why the anatomic shape key would then generate whichever eye that I need, except for the eyelashes. The eyelashes would be probably required to be different. Yeah, but not the eyelid. So there's nor the eye hole structure. So probably there is chance that this could work, because even an eye that is sharper, it also has some curvy expressions. So this is something that, yeah, we could have some curvatures for this her eye. So essentially there's a chance that the almond eye base mesh strategy can work. And if that works, if I have just enough, yeah, I also have to be careful about the shape of the nose and of the cheekbones, maybe of the ears. Maybe I don't have a versatile mesh geometry, mesh density, and or mesh topology for those features. So yeah, it is very risky to try to, everything is risky, right? If I try to recreate the, it sounds more economical to try as much as we can with the original mesh of the body of Dorothy and see what we can achieve, but then it needs to push towards rigging. So there's a chance that it won't work for rigging, or some facial expression for the eyes, for example, will stop working well because the base mesh was too different. Yeah, no, because I need a different mesh topology to solve certain problems. So there are a lot of several questions, but if I keep working, that's fine. The good thing now is finally is that I have, wow, you're amazing, thanks. I haven't seen, sorry, I don't know what you're referring to, but anyway, so we have all this. In the end, you see the drawings were getting better and better, I think. Yeah, look at this. So some characters here, especially those have colors a little better, but yeah, I can tell that all of these are kind of bad. Yeah, no, it's a little less bad, but bad, very bad. This one, this actually good. It was about here start to get inspiration maybe. Here not very good, but okay, I'm still exploring this character design anyways. Oh, there's a wrong, this line can be confusing, right? I thought it was the mouth from a certain distance. Yeah, but now I have the same problem. This is not the mouth. The mouth is here, right? The lips. Oh yeah, this is yeah, because this looks like the shadow of the lower lip. I haven't noticed this before. I wasn't paying attention. She becomes a complete different character, nothing to do with her. Yeah, so. Okay, oh, isn't there a smooth brush? No. I don't recognize the things here, but anyways, some small fixes to do. All right, so, and yeah, this one is very interesting. Even it gave a prize that, oh, now I can make an Indian looking fellow. Yes. This wasn't added. The closest to Indian was from India, right? Was Aisha, which is inspired, of course, by Persian, Arabic, Persian, which is not the same culture, but not the same ethnic group. But anyways, yeah. So, and yes. So, folks, that's it for this. It's already late here. Thanks for watching, folks. Thanks for sharing your ideas, and see ya in the week tomorrow. Have a nice beginning of next week, and we're gonna now bring this the hard work of trying to model those things, those characters, this cast. But the objective would be to first I need to complete the rigged model. Ideally, I would need to complete the rig model, so then the reusability can be radical, and then everything would go smoothly from then on, because I already had model others like Aisha, Natashi, and Tsukagi. So there is the thing. So if I achieve this rigged model template for both armature object and very close that one, and the mesh object, yeah, both are, then we can get different atmosphere in the channel, in the YouTube channel. So start to be creating all these girls, and that will be great. Yeah, if I can survive before that moment arises. Thanks again, folks. That your very great presence around. So happy blendering, happy creations and artworks, making good inspiration. See you soon. See you next time, whenever you want.